Rightio there, hello everybody, and welcome back to another video of the G-Gamer 101 with another Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 live stream. We're going to go from Vancouver today. So yeah, it should be a nice flight. Hopefully you like all the new covers I made here, and we've also got a new panel. We've got the RMP panel, so that's basically the pedestal complete for the simulator now. We're going to go ahead and load in once again. We're in the Airbus A321-200 with the Air Canada livery. So here we go. So let's go ahead, just quickly adjust a few things, and then yeah, we should be good to go to load in to the simulator. Let me just go ahead and check everything is connected. Obviously we're not using live traffic because right now in Canada it would be dark, but obviously because it's light here and dark there, we might as well do light there too. So not a dark flight, but I am going to do a dark flight during the summer, hopefully within the next few days, because a lot of you guys have been asking for it, and yeah, it is always cooler to do one of those. So let's go ahead and load right in. Whilst we're taking off our panel, let's just go ahead and pop out our other panels. So we got the C-GIUE cover to take off, RMP, and a TCAS. By the way, if you guys are interested in getting these, panels, feel free to go to Maker World, the Bamboo Labs website, where I design these, and you can print them for yourself. Go ahead and just put these down. Put them down, and then we got our throttle covers here. Just bring those to idle too. Take all of these off. Okay, we are all good to go, I believe. And obviously we're gonna have to tune the frequencies ourselves now. So let's go ahead and start battery 1, and then battery 2. And then let's get some external power to the aircraft. Turn all of these lights on. Turn this on now. Ooh, everything's so you guys can all see it, okay? As long as you guys can see that. Okay. So let's go ahead and yeah, let's get set up. There's been something going on. I have switched the mouse, so it should be better, but there's been times where it just glitches out. Let's go ahead and open that. It's with the trackpad, it's okay, it's a lot smoother, but it's with wireless mouses. Now I've got like 20 USB ports connected to my computer, so that could be the reason why. So I'm going to try not to use the mouse as much, and obviously you don't need to use it because you've got all these controls here to use it anyway. Just go ahead and flick that on. But yeah, obviously for just doing these other things, you do need them. Anyway, and obviously we've got to use the mouse for the overhead panel until that comes in too. So let's go ahead and align our IRS. Perfect. Be see that on your right, far right camera there. It's Phoenix, and let's import our flight plan. So we're currently a little bit early. Yeah, that's just come through on here. Let's go to ground services. Let's go ahead and toggle the jetway, and let's go ahead. We got a full flight today. And let's go ahead and begin boarding. Now, I do believe I've fixed the the cabin crew issue. If not, I don't know what it is, but hopefully the cabin crew will be sounding a bit better now.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all of us here, thank you for flying with us today. We kindly ask you to take your seats according to your boarding passes and stow your hand luggage in the overhead bins or under the seats in front of you. If you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out to any member of our crew. We appreciate your cooperation and wish you a pleasant journey.
Let's go ahead and get things plugged into our MCDU here. So we've got our flight plan. So as I said, we're doing a flight from Vancouver to Toronto. A longish flight. It should be nice to do this flight today. Okay, let's go ahead into our FMGC here. That's good. And we can go ahead and start entering. So we're going C-GIUE. Sorry, C-YVR to C-GIUE. Because we're staying within the same country, so the first 2 digits are going to be the same. Then we go ahead and enter our flight number, which is Air Canada 0106. Our cost index is 42, giving us 33,000 feet, depending on. Hopefully we'll be able to get up there, but obviously if not, we will request an altitude change, and it also depends on how much cargo we have. Okay, then after that, just go ahead and clear that. Then after that, let's go to back to the MCD menu. We'll go to AC, just take that off. This is what this is. They just printed off what we're expecting, so we'll just go ahead and pop that there. But we need to go ahead and request our local QNH. Hopefully, by the way, whilst I'm on this, so currently automatically in the Phoenix Sim it sets to the VATSIM network. Now, hopefully I will be joining VATSIM soon. I'm still thinking about it because obviously you've got to be like really good with the ATC. Otherwise, it can depend on like if you depend on like your pilot license when you're older and stuff. So they expect you not to muck around with it. So, and you can see I am okay with my ATC, but you know I'm not like really advanced, but I can get around it okay. So once I've conquered beyond ATC and done that properly, I will go to VATSIM where there's real people talking and other real pilots, well not real pilots, other real simmers in the world, so hopefully yeah, but it will be worth doing. Anyway, we need to switch our network to beyond ATC, and then we go to C-GIUE. That's the ATIS we want to get today. We'll go ahead and send that off. It'll give it a second. And then we go C-GIUE. And then send that to. Okay. Then after that, we can go ahead and go to our flight init request. So we got to enter all this information again. So we go AC106. You've got to make sure all this information matches for what you put in the init page. Our departure is C-YVR, and then C-YYZ, and our alternate destination is CYTR. and our estimated flight time is 4:02. Okay. Then we can go ahead and go to ATC request, go to our pre-prep clearance, and enter all the information. Now this is when weather information is going to be useful here. Obviously it can update, so we will need to request this again before we do push back. But currently it's saying our ATIS current is indigo, so we are currently at the station of C-YVR. Go ahead and send that. And then we're at gate number. Cabin crew, what gate number are we at? One second. Because I've currently recently had to update beyond ATC, it appears not all of my buttons have been configured, so I'm just putting those in quickly. Cabin crew, what gate number are we at? Doesn't give it to me, I'll be able to just look it up myself, but it's always nice asking.
We're at gate D12, Captain.
Okay, so we're at gate D12. And we'll go ahead and send that. In a second, we'll get a notification in the flight simulator printer saying the clearance has been received to stand by whilst ATC give it to us. It's usually around 30 seconds, doesn't take long. And then eventually that will pop up on this one here, this panel here. And then, yeah, we will be able to get our clearance. So you just gotta wait 1 minute. Currently, no, it's just come through now, but just go back onto Phoenix. We're currently 55 out of the 230 passengers on board. Go ahead and print that off. We'll say Wilco. That looks okay to me. Go ahead and send that off. Okay, gonna have to go ahead and acknowledge that. Okay, so it's saying cleared to runway 2. It's cleared to our Toronto via runway 26 left. Expect vectors after departure climb via 6,000 feet. So we'll enter that here. 6,000 feet. Squawk. Go ahead and enter our squawk. So our squawk is 6632. I'll go ahead and identify that. It's indigo, so we got the ATIS right. When ready, call 121.7. So that's what we need to tune this for, so we'll go ahead and do that in a second. And if unable, we're about to voice. Okay. So that is our clearance that's been confirmed. Currently still refueling. Go ahead, we'll go once refueling is complete, we'll go ahead and turn on our APU. Okay, so go ahead and leave that there. Then what we can do is we can head back to the MCDU, go to our flight plan. I need to. Okay, that's all done now. So our clearance has been confirmed. So it's saying we're cleared. So CVR, so we'll go into here. Just go ahead and adjust my thing here. Now we're going to be entering stuff into the MCDU. So we'll go there, and we go departure, and then we go to runway 26 left. Because we have no SID, so we've got vectors today, so there are no SID, go ahead and insert that there. So that means not a lot of the other waypoints have been entered, so that will show up on here now. Go ahead and dim my blind so you can see. I've always got to remember to dim my blinds with you guys, otherwise you can't really see the screens, but I can see them fine, it's just the cameras. Anyway, so we go so let's go ahead and continue. So that's all done from our clearance. Now we just need to enter in this big sheet of paper here all the routing. So we go from, so we need to go ahead and enter these waypoints. So nod, put that there, insert I K N I X, and then Y Q L, A G L I N, O T N I K, and then yeah, that's all our waypoints. There's no different airways we had to enter today because we're staying within the same country, aren't we? So we don't need to enter any other airways because we're simply flying from A to B because we're flying from Vancouver to Toronto. Then we're going via, hang on, did I enter box? Just want to check. Okay, so that's going to be, so arrival, so we go ILS 23, which is what we're expecting, and we're going by the Boxham 7 star via the Otonic transition. Go ahead and enter that, and yeah guys, that is basically our flight plan that has been entered. If you guys can't see it on the screens, you go, just come up here on the line because it's quite straightforward. It's pretty much straight there. There aren't many waypoints to cross, so that's good. So it'll just be like a big gap between two waypoints. Okay. Currently 90 out of the 230 on board. We're still refueling because it's a long journey there, and we've got quite heavy planes. We've got 70% fuel today. Okay, so that's that. Then we need to, of course, do our second flight plan in it, and then we'll do our second flight plan, C Y VR to CY VR. Okay, then we'll go second flight plan. Go do the same departure they gave us, so from runway 26 left, so, and no SID, and then let's do the same if you want to fly back. So we'll do ILS 26 left, and we'll do this star, we'll do this transition. Okay, that's that entered. Now we're just going to wait a minute for all our fuel to get on board, and then we'll do our weight. Because all the weight has been loaded and it's just now the passengers, and the passengers is just an estimate. So I'm just going to go ahead and get a quick drink, and then we'll go ahead and enter those waypoints, and then we need to enter our frequency, so they're all ready, and then we can simply just tap that button and it's all good to go. So we'll go ahead and do that in a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire crew, thank you for choosing to fly with us today. We kindly ask that you take your seats according to your boarding passes and stow your hand luggage in the overhead bins or under the seats in front of you. If you need any assistance, please feel free to reach out to any member of our crew. We appreciate your cooperation and wish you a pleasant journey ahead.
Okay, so let's go ahead and enter. Go ahead and enter our other information here. So we'll go to our fuel, our fuel and our weight. So currently everything has refueled. Oh, sorry, I did turn that off whilst I was going to turn it back on now. So let's just go ahead and turn on our APU. And get some nice cool air coming into the cabin. Yeah, it's this mouse I need to try and sort out. Anyway, okay, so our fuel. So currently we're expecting 71.1 out of 26.1. Obviously this can change, we are going to check it, but we're just getting what we were given, what is expected, and then we'll just adapt to it. Our block fuel is currently going to be 16.7. And now all is left is our takeoff performance. Now obviously, as I said, this can change. So yeah, so we also had a runway change, so runway 26 left. The Q&H doesn't even say, hang on, that's our fuel. Didn't even give us our Q&H. I think it's saying it's Q&H 1016. I'll just go ahead and check that in our ATIS frequency here. So 124.60 is the ATIS frequency.
Right, departing runway 26 left, transition level 180. Advise on initial contact, you have information, India.
Greater than 20 miles. Sky condition clear.
Vancouver Airport information, India. 1927 Zulu. Surface wind 260 degrees, 8 knots. Visibility 20. Few clouds 21,000 feet. Few clouds 24,000 feet. Temperature 23 degrees, dew point 18 degrees, altimeter 29904, landing runway 26.
29994. 29994. Forgot, because in America they do use it in HG versus in HPAR. Go ahead and check that obviously before departure. Okay, dry. So our takeoff weight is currently 146 via 160 and 161. Flaps are going to be 2/up 1.3. Flex, the temperature is going to be 43. Okay. Now obviously, as I said, that is going to change. Just see, as I said, we've only got 165 passengers on board at the minute. So yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and turn off our external power. So we're now on the APU generator. Ground, you can go ahead and disconnect our external power. So the AP bleed is going to pump air into the engines once we turn the fuel pumps on before we're about to take off. In fact, we're going to go ahead and do that now as we are nearing close to our departure. So let's just go ahead and make sure our frequency is ready for when we do need to push back. So call 121 decimal 7. So that's all good.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard this flight. We appreciate you choosing to fly with us today. Please take your seats according to your boarding passes and stow your hand luggage in the overhead bins or under the seats in front of you. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to any member of our crew. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, so we're almost pretty much there on our departure. Okay, let's just go ahead and check our before start checklist is okay. As we are now nearing the end of our boarding. Parking brake. Okay, let's move that out of the way. Parking brake is on. Weather radar is off. Wind shear is off. Spoilers are disarmed and retracted. Flaps are retracted. Engine start set to normal. Both engine masters are off. Thrust levers are set to idle. Transponder is set to standby. Anti-skid is on and the landing gear lever is down. Wipers are off. That is pre-flight checklist complete. Cockpit preparation. Battery 1 and 2 are on. External power is on. Engine fire tests are now going to be performed. Okay. Cruise supply is on. ADRs are set to navigation. Cockpit lights are as requires. Nav and logo lights are on. Seatbelt sign and no smoking lights are on. Emergency lights are set to arm. Annunciator lights have been tested. Probe window heat is set to auto. Anti-ice is as required. Brake pressure has been checked. ECAM status is being recalled. Everything is set. Radio panels have been set up. Barrow is in HD QNH 29094. EFIS is good. Cockpit preparation complete. Okay, we're currently 216 passengers on board now. Go ahead and check all our fuel after we've completed boarding, and then we'll push and taxi to the runway and get in the air. And make
Ladies and
our way.
gentlemen, on behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard this flight. We appreciate you choosing to fly with us today. Please take your seats according to your boarding passes and stow your hand luggage in the overhead bins or under the seats in front of you. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to any member of our crew. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, let's go ahead and switch to 4 on our navigation. STR. Check our takeoff speed has been computed. V1 is 161 knots. Okay. 226 passengers are on board. Radio has been set. Okay. All good. We're going to go ahead and get that receipt now. Cabin crew, that is boarding completed. Cabin crew, that is boarding completed. Okay, go ahead and check this in a second. Cabin crew, that is boarding completed. Okay, let's go ahead and check this fuel. .26.4 matches up. 71. Alright, 71.1, 26.4. Just a slight change. 26.4 is what we want. Sorry guys, I didn't see that part. 161, 43. Okay, I believe we're doing a flex takeoff today. Yeah, flex takeoff. It's been distributed. Okay, perfect. Just go to our MCDU menu. MCDU menu. YVR. .013. Yeah, the wind hasn't changed at all. $2,994. Perfect. Right, we are cleared. I'll give my briefing in a second. Okay, we are all good. Let's go ahead and shut this cockpit door and get everything disconnected. Get our fuel pumps going now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. A very warm welcome on board this Air Canada Flight 106 with a service from Vancouver to Toronto. We're expecting a flight time of just over 3 hours and 30 minutes. Currently we're set for an on-time departure. We're about to go ahead and request our pushback, and then we'll be heading out to runway 26 left. We're expecting to be cruising at an altitude of 33,000 feet. RV1 speed is 161 knots today. On behalf of the entire Air Canada team, we want to thank you for choosing us to fly with today, and the cabin crew will shortly be giving a very important safety demonstration, so please make sure to pay attention to that. Thank you, and thank you for flying with us, and I'll give you some more information when we're about to reach our cruising altitude. Thank you. Alright, perfect. So we are all good. Gonna go ahead, switch to our frequency now. Airbus 06 ready for pushback and engine start.
Airbus 06, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face west.
Pushback and engine start approved, face west, Airbus 06. Okay. Windows and doors are locked, AP bleed is on, APU's on, MCDU has been set it up, request ATC clearance, squawk, transponder mode set to auto,
Air Canada 3 Heavy, gate 70, request pushback.
Air Canada 3 Heavy,
Okay.
Vancouver ground, pushback approved, face west.
We're all good.
Pushback and engine start approved, face west, Air Canada 3 Heavy.
Alright, we're all good to begin pushback. Okay. Transponder set to auto. Go ahead and connect the tug. Parking brake is released. Big pushback. Okay. Engine 1.
Ladies and
set to start.
gentlemen, welcome aboard this flight. We appreciate you choosing to fly with us today. The estimated flight time is about 50 minutes. Please pay close attention to the upcoming safety demonstration, as it contains important information even for our frequent flyers. Fasten your seatbelts by inserting the metal tip into the buckle and pulling the strap to tighten. Remember, the seatbelt must be fastened whenever the seatbelt sign is illuminated. Please return your seat backs and tray tables to the upright position and ensure your window blinds are open for takeoff. Mobile phones and electronic devices must be set to flight mode, and larger devices should be securely stowed during takeoff and landing. Smoking and the use of e-cigarettes are prohibited anywhere on board, including the lavatories. Oxygen masks will drop automatically if needed.
Air Canada
Pull the
3
mask
Heavy request
firmly,
taxi to the
place it over
active.
your nose and mouth, and breathe normally. Remember to secure your own
Air
mask
Canada
before
3 Heavy,
assisting
taxi to
others.
holding point Delta 9
Life
runway
vests
26
are
left
located under your
via
seat.
Juliet Alpha,
To put
Juliet,
it on, put
Juliet
it over
Bravo,
your head,
Juliet Charlie
fasten
6,
it,
Juliet
and
Hotel
inflate
Delta,
it only
Delta,
after
Echo
leaving the
Delta,
aircraft.
Delta Whiskey Delta.
Special life vests for children are
Taxi to
available.
holding point Delta 9.
Floor-level lighting will guide you to the nearest exit, which is clearly marked. There are 2 exits located at the front and 2 at the rear of the aircraft. The nearest exit may be behind you. In case of evacuation, please leave all personal belongings behind and follow all safety instructions from the crew immediately. If any electronic device becomes hot or shows signs of damage, please inform a crew member immediately. The safety information card in your seat pocket contains all details. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so we are all good. So we're going to go ahead and request our clearance in just a second. Just go ahead and check our hydraulics. Trim is all good. Trim left and right. All good. Rudder. We are all good. Engine, we're cleared to request our clearance. Airbus 06 request taxi to runway.
Airbus 06, taxi to holding point Delta 9 or runway 26 left via 6 Juliet Hotel Delta Delta.
Attention all aircraft, Mike now current altimeter 29999.
Taxi to runway 26 left by 6 Juliet Delta Delta Echo Delta. Say again, Airbus 06. A lot of taxiways.
Airbus 06, taxi to holding point Delta 9 or runway 26 left via 6 Juliet Hotel Delta Delta Echo Delta Delta Whiskey Delta.
Taxi to runway 26 left via 6 via Juliet Hotel Delta Delta Echo Delta Delta Whiskey Delta hold position Delta 9 Airbus 06.
Negative, taxi via 6 Juliet Hotel Delta Delta Echo Delta Delta Whiskey Delta.
Taxi to runway 26 left via 6 Juliet Hotel Delta Delta Echo Delta Delta Whiskey Delta Airbus 06. Okay, that was a long taxi.
WestJet 1582 gate 73, request pushback. WestJet 1582 Vancouver ground, pushback approved, face west. Pushback approved, face west, WestJet 1582.
Turn that down a bit, it's a bit loud.
3 ramp 43 request pushback and engine start.
Just wait for our flaps to get to 2.
Vancouver ground, pushback approved, face west.
Pushback and engine start approved, face west, just 293.
Okay, we're cleared to begin taxi.
52, request pushback and engine start. Air Canada 184 Vancouver ground, hold position for traffic. Hold position, Air Canada 184.
Air Canada 838 Heavy, gate 58, request pushback and engine start.
Air Canada 838 Heavy, Vancouver ground, pushback approved, face northwest.
Pushback approved, face northwest, Air Canada 838 Heavy.
Air Canada 184, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face west. Pushback and engine start approved, face west, Air Canada 184.
Jazz 293, request taxi.
Jazz 293, taxi to holding point Delta 9 runway 26 left via 6 Juliet Hotel Delta Delta Echo Delta Delta Whiskey Delta.
Taxi to holding point Delta 9 runway 26 left via 6 Juliet Hotel Delta Delta Echo Delta Delta Whiskey Delta Jazz 293.
WestJet 1582, request taxi. WestJet 1582, taxi to holding point Delta 9er, runway 26 left via Papa Juliet Alpha Juliet, Juliet Bravo, Juliet Charlie 6 Juliet Hotel Delta, Delta Echo Delta Delta Whiskey Delta. Taxi to holding point Delta 9er, runway 26 left via Papa Juliet Alpha, Juliet, Juliet Bravo, Juliet Charlie 6 Juliet Hotel Delta, Delta Echo
Very
Delta,
busy
Delta
frequencies
Whiskey
you
Delta,
can hear.
WestJet 1582.
Air Canada 838 Heavy, request taxi to the active.
Air Canada 838 Heavy, taxi
Very,
to
very
holding point
busy
Delta 9er,
frequency.
runway 26 left via 6 Juliet Charlie 6 Juliet Hotel Delta Delta Echo Delta Delta Whiskey Delta.
Taxi to holding point Delta 9er, runway 26 left via 6 Juliet Charlie 6 Juliet Hotel Delta Delta Echo Delta Delta Whiskey Delta, Air Canada 838 Heavy.
Air Canada 184, request taxi to the active. Air Canada 184, taxi to holding point Delta 9er, runway 26 left via 6 Juliet Hotel Delta Delta Echo Delta Delta Whiskey Delta. Taxi to holding point Delta 9er, runway 26 left via 6 Juliet Hotel Delta Delta Echo Delta Delta Whiskey Delta, Air Canada 184. Air Canada 3 Heavy, contact Vancouver Tower 118.7, bye-bye.
Over to Tower 118.7, Air Canada 3 Heavy.
I've always wanted to try flying the ATR 172, I believe they are. No, I forget what ATR variant they are. I've always wanted to try flying them, but yeah, obviously it doesn't go very well with my cockpit setup, does it? So, but anyway, we're all good. Gonna go ahead and start engine 2 up in a second once we get a little bit closer to the runway. Probably taxi a little bit quicker, going way under 20 knots. Canada 777, I believe that is, taking off on your right hand side. Got a plane behind us as well. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start engine 2 up, so we get enough time for our APU to cool down and shut off.
Jazz 804, gate 48, request pushback.
Jazz 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south.
Pushback and engine start approved, face south, Jazz 804.
804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. 804, Vancouver ground, pushback and engine start approved, face south. Jazz 293, contact Vancouver Tower 118.7, bye-bye.
Over to Tower 118.7, Jazz 293.
Yeah, we're doing a flex takeoff, so we're going to literally virtually use the whole runway today. Head and slow down a little bit on our turn here. He's cleared.
Airbus 06, contact Vancouver Tower 118.7, have a good day.
Contact Tower 118.7, Airbus 06, goodbye. Let's go ahead and just hold short here. Make sure everything is all good. Go ahead and change that frequency. So go to 118.70. Airbus 06 holding short runway 26 left.
Airbus 06, runway 26 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, Airbus 06, runway 26 left. Just quickly turn off.
Airbus 06, Vancouver Tower, wind 260 degrees, 7 knots, fly heading 260, runway 26 left, cleared for takeoff.
Takeoff runway 26 left, fly heading 260, Airbus 06. Okay, auto on.
Just 293, contact Vancouver departure 132.3. Contact Vancouver departure 132.3, just 293.
Okay, everything is good for takeoff. We're going to go ahead and do a straight.
38 heavy, ready for departure, runway 26 left.
Going to go ahead and do.
Heavy tower,
We're going to go ahead and do a straight out departure.
Air Canada 838 heavy.
Air Canada 184, ready for departure, runway 26 left.
Air Canada 184 tower, number 3 for departure.
Affirm, number 3,
Now all the
Air
planes.
Canada 184.
Whilst one's turning onto the runway, the others are pushing all the buttons and getting everything done. If you only got one pilot, you've got to hold for a minute, get everything off, and then go.
Approaching runway 26 left.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and go. About 50% to flex.
Air Canada 838 heavy, runway 26 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 26 left, Air Canada 838 heavy.
Over 100 knots.
WestJet 1582, ready for departure, runway 26 left.
WestJet 1582 tower, number 3 for departure.
Affirm, number 3, WestJet 1582.
V1, rotate. Positive right, gear up. Autopilot
Canada
on.
184, runway 26 left. Line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 26 left, Air Canada 184.
Airbus 06, contact Vancouver departure 132.3.
Vancouver departure 132.3, Airbus 06. Airbus 06 at flight level 2,500 feet, climbing to flight level 6,000.
Airbus 06, Vancouver departure, identified, climb to 16,000 feet, altimeter 29903.
Climb to 16,000 feet, altimeter 29903, Airbus 06.
Airbus 06, turn right, heading 015.
Turn right, heading 015, Airbus 06.
Negative, turn right, heading 015.
Turn right, heading 015, Airbus 06.
Vancouver departure, Air Canada 838 Heavy, passing 1,600 feet, climbing to 6,000 feet.
Air Canada 838 Heavy, Vancouver departure, identified, climb to 18,000 feet, altimeter 29903.
Climb to 18,000 feet, altimeter 29903, Air Canada 838 Heavy.
Air Canada 838 Heavy, clear direct Elnut. Resume on navigation.
Roger, we'll head direct Elnut, then resume on navigation, Air Canada 838.
Jeff 29, contact Vancouver Center 133.7.
Contact Vancouver Center 133.7, just 293.
Had a little bit of a steeper climb there, so just had to go in and take over and just level out a little bit, as we do have a lot of cargo on board, so that's why we had such a slow takeoff today. Go ahead and put flaps to 0 now. Now we are above 4,000 feet. We are all good, all looking good.
Vancouver departure, Air Canada 184, passing 1,500 feet, climbing to 6,000 feet.
Air Canada 184, Vancouver departure, identified, climb to 16,000 feet, altimeter 29903.
Climb to 16,000 feet, altimeter 29903, Air Canada 184.
Airbus 06, turn right, heading 070.
Turn right, heading 070, Airbus 06.
Air Canada 184, cleared direct on the resume on navigation.
Roger, we'll head direct Elnut, then resume on navigation, Air Canada 184, thanks.
Very windy today, so that's why we had a little bit of a steeper climb. And we have to have a steeper climb so we can get above those mountains too. But anyway, we are all good. A successful
Vancouver
takeoff.
departure, WestJet 1582 Boudet, passing 1,500 feet, climbing to 6,000 feet.
WestJet 1582, Vancouver departure, identified, climb to 18,000 feet, altimeter 29903.
Climb to 18,000 feet, altimeter 29903, WestJet 1582.
Airbus 06, turn right, heading 100.
Turn right, heading 100, Airbus 06.
WestJet 1582, cleared direct for that. Resume on navigation.
Roger, heading direct for that, then resume on navigation, WestJet 1582, thanks.
Air Canada 3 Heavy, contact Vancouver Center 132.9er.
Center on 132.9er, Air Canada 3 Heavy.
we also got to go ahead and get above those mountains up ahead because they're quite tall as well, so gives us time to gain some more altitude. All good.
Air Canada A328 Heavy, contact Vancouver Center 133.7.
Center on 133.7, Air Canada A328 Heavy, have a good day.
Dear
Airbus
guests,
06 cleared direct on
thank you for flying with us today.
Review mode navigation.
The use of approved electronic devices is now permitted in flight mode. Our cabin service will begin shortly, so please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Clear direct Arnold Airbus 06. Just go ahead and program that. Well, not really program, just have to say OK to the MCDU to go ahead and confirm we can go to that waypoint. So we go ahead and go to our direct. See Arnold is there, and we go insert that right away. They've just given us clearance, so we are now cleared on our own navigation. All good.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your flight attendant speaking. The captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign, and you are now free to move about the cabin. We kindly ask that you remain mindful of your surroundings and the safety of those around you. Thank you for your attention and enjoy the flight.
Airbus 06, contact tower 133.7. Okay, so we need to go to 133.7. Airbus 06 at flight level 142, climbing to flight level 160.
Airbus 06, Vancouver Center, good day, identified, climb flight level 330.
Climb flight level 330, Airbus 06.
Vancouver Center, Air Canada 184, passing 13,000 feet, climbing to 16,000 feet, direct allowed.
Air Canada 184, Vancouver Center, identified, climb flight level 330.
Climb flight level 330, Air Canada 184.
Go ahead and put our route on our EFB now. Alright.
Airbus 06, contact Vancouver Center 125.905.
Contact Vancouver Center 125.95, Airbus 06. Airbus 06 at flight level 173, climbing to flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Vancouver Center identified.
Some nice views coming up. Let's go ahead and put that into S2. Yeah, so as I said, some nice,
Vancouver Center,
nice
Air
views.
Canada 184, passing 17,100 feet, climbing to flight level 330.
Some nice views that are coming over us as we fly over Canada. Virtually, just turn off. Virtually, we are flying over the whole of Canada, so we're going to get some incredible views. And believe it or not, Toronto is quite close to Niagara Falls. Obviously, you probably won't see it. I just wanted to see the animations on how good that would be in the simulator. But yeah, anyway, we're, as you can see, where our line is. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on the ATC. You can see where our line is. This is where we're expecting to reach our cruising altitude at the airspeed and at the vertical speed we're currently going at. Obviously, it will slow up. But anyway, yeah, it's all looking good.
Vancouver Center 135.0.
Contact Vancouver Center 135.0 Airbus 06.
Air Canada 184, contact Vancouver Center 135.
Airbus 06 at flight level 200, climbing flight level 330.
Vancouver Center, Air Canada 184, crossing flight level 203 for flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Vancouver Center.
All good. In a second, I will be giving radio communications to my captain in a second, along with them tuning the frequency. And then when we come back later, I might come back and tune this for a little bit. And then obviously when we descend, I'll be tuning them all myself again. But for the minute, guys, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Vancouver Center, WestJet 1582 through flight level 191 for flight level 370 directed.
WestJet 1582, Vancouver Center.
Okay, all radio communications will now be given to my captain.
beverage service. We have some delightful options for you today, including our popular chicken salad wraps and refreshing fruit juices. After the service, selected items from the airline shop will be available. Thank you for flying with us and enjoy your flight.
Air Canada 838 Heavy, contact Vancouver Center 134.2.
Contact Vancouver Center 134.2, Air Canada 838 Heavy, bye-bye.
Contact Vancouver Center 134.2, Airbus 06. Vancouver Center, Airbus 06, good day, passing flight level 313, climbing to flight level 330, direct to Nix.
Airbus 06, Vancouver Center identified. Vancouver Center, Air Canada 184, flight level 330. Air Canada 184, Vancouver Center identified.
Vancouver Center, WestJet 1582, flight level 370.
WestJet 1582, Vancouver Center, identified. 838 Heavy, contact Edmonton Center 133.75.
Center on 133.75, Air Canada 838 Heavy. Have a good afternoon.
Vancouver Center, Encore 3508, flight level 250.
Encore 3508, Vancouver Center identified. Encore 3508, contact Edmonton Center 133.75.
Center on 133.75, Encore 3508, good day.
Air Canada 184, contact Edmonton Center 133.75.
Contact Edmonton Center 133.75, Air Canada 184.
06, contact Edmonton Center 133.75.
Contact Edmonton Center 133.75 Airbus 06. Edmonton Center Airbus 06, flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Edmonton Center identified.
Edmonton Center, WestJet 1582, flight level 370.
WestJet 1582, Edmonton Center identified. Charlie Golf Tango Sierra X-Ray, report ready for descent.
Ready for descent, Charlie Golf Tango Sierra X-Ray.
Charlie Golf Tango Sierra X-Ray, expect runway 12.
Expect runway 12, Charlie Golf Tango Sierra X-Ray.
Charlie Golf Tango Sierra X-Ray, descend flight level 200.
Descend flight level 200, Charlie Golf Tango Sierra X-Ray.
Charlie Golf Tango Sierra X-Ray, contact Edmonton Center 132.9er.
Contact Edmonton Center 132.9er, Charlie Golf Tango Sierra X-Ray. 138 Heavy. Contact Edmonton Center 132.15. Good day.
Center on 132.15, Air Canada 838 Heavy.
Canada 184, contact Edmonton Center 132.15.
Center on 132.15, Air Canada 184.
Airbus 06, contact Edmonton Center 132.15.
Contact Edmonton Center 132.15, Airbus 06. Edmonton Center, Airbus 06, flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Edmonton Center identified.
WestJet 1582, flight level 370.
WestJet 1582, Edmonton Center, identified. Air Canada 838 Heavy, contact Edmonton Center 135.325.
Contact Edmonton Center 135.325, Air Canada 838 Heavy.
American 1717, contact Winnipeg Center 134.975, good day.
Center on 134.975, American 1717.
FlexJet 459, cleared Edinburgh 7 arrival, runway 35 left.
Cleared Edinburgh 7 arrival, runway 35 left, FlexJet 459.
FlexJet 459, report ready for descent.
Ready for descent, FlexJet 459.
FlexJet 459, descend via star to flight level 115.
Descend via star to flight level 115, FlexJet 459.
Airbus 060 off course. Cleared direct at Glen. Resume O navigation.
Local. Cleared direct at Glen. Resume on navigation. Airbus 06.
Edmonton Center, WestJet 1090, good afternoon. Passing flight level 288, climbing to flight level 370.
WestJet 1090, Edmonton Center identified. FlexJet 459, contact Edmonton Center 132.75.
Contact Edmonton Center 132.75, FlexJet 459.
5, contact Edmonton Center 133.75.
Contact Edmonton Center 133.75, Air Canada 305, have a good afternoon.
Airbus 06, contact Winnipeg Center 134.975, good day.
Center on 134.975, Airbus 06, have a good afternoon. Winnipeg Center, Airbus 06, flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Winnipeg Center identified. Winnipeg Center, Air Canada 184, flight level 330. Air Canada 184, Winnipeg Center identified. Winnipeg Center, WestJet 1582, good afternoon, flight level 370. WestJet 1582, Winnipeg Center, identified. American 1717, contact Winnipeg Center 132.9er. Center on 132.9er, American 1717, good day. WestJet 646, contact Winnipeg Center 124.3, good day.
Center on 124.3, WestJet 646, bye-bye.
Airbus 06, contact Winnipeg Center 132.9, good day.
Contact Winnipeg Center 132.9, Airbus 06, bye-bye. Winnipeg Center, Airbus 06, good afternoon, flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Winnipeg Center, identified.
Winnipeg Center, Air Canada 184, flight level 330.
Air Canada 184, Winnipeg Center, identified. 1717, contact Winnipeg Center 119.7.
Center on 119.7, American 1717, bye-bye.
contact Winnipeg Center 119.7, good day.
Contact Winnipeg Center 119.7 Airbus 06. Winnipeg Center Airbus 06, good afternoon, flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Winnipeg Center, identified. Winnipeg Center, Air Canada 184, good afternoon, flight level 330. Air Canada 184, Winnipeg Center, identified. American 1717, contact Winnipeg Center 134.175. Contact Winnipeg Center 134.175, American 1717.
Center on 134.175, Airbus 06, good day. Winnipeg Center at Airbus 06, flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Winnipeg Center identified. Winnipeg Center, Air Canada 184, good afternoon. Flight level 330. Air Canada 184, Winnipeg Center identified. 06, contact Minneapolis Center 3215, good day.
Contact Minneapolis Center 3215, Airbus 06. Minneapolis Center, Airbus 06, good afternoon, flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Minneapolis Center. Airbus 06, contact Minneapolis Center 127.35.
Center on 127.35, Airbus 06, have a good afternoon. Minneapolis Center, Airbus 06, good afternoon, flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Minneapolis Center, roger. Airbus 06, contact Minneapolis Center 134.55, good day.
Contact Minneapolis Center 134.55, Airbus 06, hello, good evening. Minneapolis Center, Airbus 06, flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Minneapolis Center, good evening. American 1717, contact Minneapolis Center 127.425.
Center on 127.425, American 1717.
Airbus 06, contact Winnipeg Center 134.175, good day.
Contact Winnipeg Center 134.175, Airbus 06. Winnipeg Center, Airbus 06, good evening, flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Winnipeg Center, identified. Airbus 06, contact Winnipeg Center 135.225.
Center on 135.225, Airbus 06, have a good evening. Winnipeg Center, Airbus 06, good evening, flight level 330.
Airbus 06, Winnipeg Center, identified. Winnipeg Center, Air Canada 184, good evening, flight level 330. Air Canada 184, Winnipeg Center identified.
Center, WestJet 7903, flight level 340.
WestJet 7903, Winnipeg Center, identified.
Okay guys, hopefully we'll be beginning our descent very shortly. Currently been in the air for just over 3 hours now.
Airbus 06, contact Toronto Center 134.425.
Contact Toronto Center 134.425, Airbus 06.
Airbus A321.
Toronto Center, Airbus 06, flight level 330.
Taking over that.
Airbus 06, Toronto Center, identified.
So yeah, we should be landing within the next 40-50 minutes. The airport still hasn't come up on our display here, but it will be coming up very shortly. So yeah, should be good. Should be landing soon.
Toronto Center, Air Canada 123, flight level 320. Air Canada 123, Toronto Center, identified. Toronto Center, WestJet 646, good afternoon, flight level 370. WestJet 646, Toronto Center, identified. Toronto Center, Air Canada 184, flight level 330. Air Canada 184, Toronto Center, identified. Toronto Center, Pulse 108, flight level 235. Pulse 108, Toronto Center identified.
Alright guys, so our destination is just starting to appear on our PFD screen here. So we will be beginning our descent shortly once we get close to within 106 miles, which is going to be between the 160 nautical mile range, which will be good. But for the minute we've still got a bit of a journey to attend. We'll be giving our descent briefing shortly. The cabin crew will be beginning their descent briefing too shortly, but everything is looking good up here in the flight deck, so good.
Airbus 06, cleared box of 7, arrival, runway 23.
Okay, so we're just starting to cut our descent. Cleared for runway 23 by the box from 7 arrival. Okay, right, let's just go ahead and get some more light back on these panels here. As we are about to begin our preparation for all that.
For arrival, runway 25.
Clear noted for arrival, runway 25, port 2635.
We are all looking good for the arrival. We're going to just go ahead and check that that is definitely what we computed into the MCDU. So we go to our flight plan page, we go to our arrival, we go down, we click ILS 23 by the box of 7. So literally what?
Center 132.125, pulse 108.
So literally what we chose. So we are all good. Very shortly, depending on if we're doing an ILS approach or just a standard instrument approach, we'll be deciding what our minimums are. For the minute, we've still got a little bit of journey to go, yeah, we're going to go ahead and give our announcement now.
Toronto Center, WestJet 386, flight level 390.
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick update from the flight deck. This is your co-pilot speaking. We're currently cruising at an altitude of 33,000 feet, and we're going to be beginning our descent into Toronto in literally just around 5 to 10 minutes. On behalf of the entire Air Canada team, we want to thank you for choosing us to fly with today. And if there's anything we could have done to make your journey even more better than it already was, please do let us know in our feedback form. We should be landing in no later than 40 minutes, depending on the transition and the runway they give us at Toronto. But at the minute, we are currently for an on-time arrival schedule. Once again, on behalf of the entire Air Canada team, thank you for choosing to fly with today, and we've got to get back to our radio communications as we are now preparing for our arrival. Thank you, and cabin crew, that is 40 minutes to landing, 40 minutes.
Dear guests, the cabin crew will now begin the snack and beverage service. We have some delightful options for you today, including our popular chicken salad wraps and refreshing fruit juices. After the service, selected items from the airline shop will be available. Thank you for flying with us and enjoy your flight.
If you guys just saw that and thought, why is there two engine control displays just there? Sometimes that does happen when you have the displays off for a while. It just takes them for a while to boot back up. So that's why we like putting them back on nice and early. You don't always have to have them off, but obviously on long flights like this, you don't have to have them on, so it saves power and makes the screen to last longer. And also, because I'm in my home cockpit, I don't want to keep the screens on for too long, because obviously it does save power not having them on. But we're back on now as we are about to begin our descent into the airport. Just going to go ahead and turn our ATC back on now.
Toronto Center 124.375.
Because any minute now we are going to be receiving our clearance, our landing clearance. So yeah, guys. It is all looking good for the minute, and yeah, as I said, we'll be beginning our descent shortly. Okay, just coming up to over 160 nautical miles away from the airport before we are beginning our descent. By the way, guys, do look out for a new video coming out soon on Instagram, because of all my flight simulation, I do post on there. I am going to try and start live streaming on there soon, but you've got to reach 1,000 followers there, and we're only at a few hundred at the minute. Obviously, because over the past 5-6 years I focused on growing my YouTube one, which I have got over 1,000 followers, and now I'm trying to grow my Instagram too. And there will be video coming out on this panel that just released, the one below the MCG, the RMP panel that just came out. For now, the only panels waiting for people to release is possibly a panel here, which SimGauges might be releasing, and a DCDU that SimGauges might be releasing, and of course the overhead panel, which is our main priority at the minute. Anyway, guys, we're almost about to begin our descent any second now, as we are just coming to over 160 nautical miles away from the airport. Alright guys, enjoy. Okay, so before we get our descent clearance, obviously, as we are beginning our descent, we are going to want to be entering our minimums. But currently, we're going to just go ahead and look at the weather in our arrival airport. So we can go ahead and just request our ATIS at our arrival airport, which I believe, yeah, we're flying. Oh yeah, C-GIUE. Then we can go ahead and get the ATIS. Go, that just came through there. Now it'll just give us the ATIS current F. Wind is 0006 knots. Arrival runway 23. 24 left departure, runway 23, right transition level, flight 180. Read back cold short intent, acknowledge receipt of information F, and advise aircraft type on first contact. Okay, so that basically means when we first contact the approach, we need to make sure just to give our aircraft type, just so they know how quickly some other planes need to clear the runway, or if they need to circle us around a bit, which is always possible. So yeah guys, should be good. Okay, we can go ahead and switch to our 160 nautical miles away from the airport now, and any second we should be getting our arrival clearance, and we will go ahead and request an ATIS message again, just to make sure it is up to date. I just wanted to see what it was currently.
Airbus 06, contact Toronto, set at 124.375, good day.
Contact Toronto Centre, 124.375, Airbus 06. So we go to 124.375. 75. Switch that. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.375. 124.3 sorry, we need to be on V8. 37. Sorry, we were supposed to be on VHF1. Airbus 06 at flight level 33,000 feet.
Airbus 06, Toronto Center identified.
Alright, all good. And as I said, we should just adjust this. We should be landing very, very shortly. Fingers crossed, because it's been a nice, smooth flight today. Second.
Cruise 1968, contact Toronto Center 132.575.
We should be getting our clearance any second.
Center on 132.575, Cruise 1968. Have a good afternoon. Airbus 06, report ready for descent.
Go, just getting our descent now. Ready for descent, Airbus 06.
Airbus 06, descend to 13,000 feet, altimeter 3003.
Descend to 13,000 feet, altimeter 3003, Airbus 06. So 3003. Okay. So we want to go to 13,000 feet, descend via start, so 13,000 feet.
Airbus 06, descend via start to 6,000 feet, altimeter 3003.
Descend via start, 6,000 feet, altimeter 3003, Airbus 06.
Toronto Center, WestJet 646, passing flight level 369er, descending to 6,000 feet.
WestJet 646, Toronto Center identified.
Toronto Center, Air Canada 184, flight level 330.
Air Canada 184, Toronto Center identified. Air Canada 184,
And obviously, because we're currently at an airspeed of 296 knots, 296 knots from here, it will eventually slow down. So we're not going to increase, we're not going to go past 300 knots anymore unless ATC do tell us to. Yeah, we're literally under 160 nautical miles, even approaching 80 nautical miles away from the airport. So yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have left our cruising altitude and have started our approach to our destination. Please return to your seats, stow your tables, fasten your seatbelts, and note that the use of the lavatories is no longer permitted. Thank you for flying with us.
Alaska 306, contact Toronto Center 134.925. Center on 134.925, Alaska 306.
Okay, let's go ahead and enter our minimums. Now, obviously, this can change. We're expecting an ILS approach, so obviously this can change. But for the minute, we're going to give what they've said. So we can go ahead and activate our approach phase now. The QNH in the area is 3003. So we can do 3003. Okay, so this is when we need to just request the ATIS again. Go to AIC menu, ATIS. We are landing at C-GIUE. Press that. Get our weather to C-GIUE. Weather request. That in. Okay. Give that a second. Okay. So the temperature in our destination is 20 degrees. Nice comfortable temperature. The wind is
Airbus 06, contact Toronto Center 132.575, bye-bye.
Contact Toronto Centre on 132.575, Airbus 06. Sorry, I had a moment there. So we want 132.57. Airbus 06 at flight level 261, descending via star to 6,000 feet.
Airbus 06, Toronto Center identified.
Onto our wind. Sorry, 3. 160 via the 03. Now, as I said, we are doing a QNH. Let's just go ahead and get our charts up here. So we want open the charts. Okay, so our destination is Toronto. Our charts, our approach charts for ILS runway 23. There. And we'll get our minimums. So if we're doing an ILS, our minimums are 808. For our Barrow. Or 215 radio, but Barrow's better. So 808. So that is basically all you need to do for the Airbus approach. So everything, you get the temperature, the wind, and the QNH from these sheets, and you simply just get your minimum. So your minimum, before you can make a go around. That's all good. So we're descending via start. So by the time you guys can't see.
Contact Toronto Center 133.3.
By the time
Toronto Center 133.3, Rouge 1968.
So by the time we get to here, we want to be below 13,000 feet and above 10,000 feet at an airspeed of 250 knots. So we'll make sure that happens. In fact, we can even go by 15 now, because we'll be decreasing speed very shortly. Okay, our descent is looking good. In a second, we're going to go ahead and turn on the seatbelt sign, as that will mark around 20 minutes before we land. So, all good.
Toronto Center, Chronos 801, flight level 210.
Chronos 801, Toronto Center identified.
Good afternoon, Toronto Center, WestJet 646, passing flight level 266, descending to 6,000 feet.
WestJet 646, Toronto Center identified. Chronos 801, contact Toronto Center 135.625.
Center on 135.
Let's go ahead and calculate what auto brake I'm going to be using. So we're using auto brakes, but auto low, so not too bad. Full reverse thrust, flaps on full. Yeah, all look good.
Toronto Center, Air Canada 184, passing flight level 266, descending to 6,000 feet.
Air Canada 184, Toronto Center identified.
Toronto Center, Porter 26901, good afternoon, flight level 241.
Porter 26901, Toronto Center identified.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and turn on the seatbelt sign as we are now making our final course. Getting ready for our final approach, so we want to make sure everyone's seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as the captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Thank you for your cooperation.
Airbus 06, contact Toronto Center 133.3.
Contact Toronto Center 133.3, Airbus 06. Airbus 06 at flight level 122, descending via start to 6,000 feet.
Airbus 06, Toronto Center, identified. Porter 2436, contact Toronto Center 124.925. Center on 124.925, Porter 2436.
All good. Our approach has been entered, so yeah, all we got to do is wait.
Airbus 06, contact Toronto, arrival 132.8.
Contact Toronto
Ladies and
arrival
gentlemen, we are now beginning our final
132.8.
approach into Toronto. Please turn off all electronic devices and stow them until we arrive at the gate. Ensure your tray tables are put away, your seats are in their full upright position, and your seat belts are fastened. The weather in Toronto is currently 22 degrees Celsius with clear visibility. Thank you for flying with us today.
Okay, so contact 132.8. Airbus 06, Airbus A321-200 at flight level 8840, descending via start to 6,000 feet.
Airbus 06, Toronto, arrival, information Gulf current, altimeter 3003, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23.
Expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23, altimeter 3003, Airbus 06.
Negative, runway 23.
Information Gulf current, QNH 3003, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23, Airbus 06.
Airbus 06, reduce speed 220 knots.
Reduce speed 220 knots, Airbus 06.
Airbus 06, resume normal speed.
Resume normal speed, Airbus 06. Okay, so we will be getting our transition any minute now, and then we'll be making our final turn, final approach into the airport. We are getting very close, guys. Go ahead and get ready soon.
Toronto arrival, WestJet 646 passing 9,900 feet, descending to 6,000 feet with information Golf.
WestJet 646 Toronto arrival, altimeter 3003, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23.
Altimeter 3003, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23, WestJet 646.
Airbus 06, descend to 3,000 feet, altimeter 3003.
Descend to 3,000 feet, QNH 3003, Airbus 06. Okay. Got a bit of
Toronto
turbulence
arrival,
today.
Air Canada 184, passing 9,900 feet, descending to 6,000 feet with information Golf.
Air Canada 184 Toronto arrival, good afternoon, altimeter 3003, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23.
Altimeter 3003, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23, Air Canada 184.
Airbus 06, limited heading 140, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23.
Leave star heading 140, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23.
Airbus 06, 8 miles from Calvi, turn right, heading 205, maintain 3,000 feet until established, cleared ILS approach, runway 23.
Turn right heading 205, descend and maintain 3,000 feet, cleared for approach ILS, runway 23. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to 195, our minimum approach speed there. Go ahead and put our flaps on 3 now. A lot of turbulence today. Airbus 06 established a new final approach course.
Airbus 06, roger.
Okay, we are all good. Let's go ahead and
WestJet 646, reduce speed 180 knots.
Reduce speed 180 knots, WestJet 646.
Let's go go ahead and continue our descent. Put our flaps on full there. Okay, a lot of turbulence today. Let's go on to
Air Canada 184, reduce speed 190 knots.
Reduce speed 190 knots. Air Canada 184.
Okay, let's go ahead and put our landing gear down.
WestJet 646, resume normal speed.
Resume normal speed, WestJet 646.
WestJet 646, leave mid at heading 130. Expect radar vectors for ILS approach runway 23.
Leave mid at heading 130. Expect radar vectors for ILS approach runway 23. WestJet 646.
WestJet 646, turn right, heading 195. Intercept the 23 localizer, vectors for the approach.
Turn right, heading 195. Intercept the 23 localizer, WestJet 646.
WestJet 646, 7 miles from Calvi, turn right, heading 195, maintain 3,000 feet until established. Cleared ILS approach runway 23.
Turn right, heading 195, 3,000 feet until established. Cleared ILS approach runway 23, WestJet 646.
Airbus 06, contact Toronto Tower 118.35, bye-bye.
Contact Toronto Centre 118.35, bye-bye, Airbus 06. Whoa, 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 whoa. Airbus 06.
1,000.
Flight slow.
Wind 160 degrees, 5 knots.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
Air Canada 184, leave mid at heading 130.
Approaching runway 24, right. Caution,
Don't
caution.
Sink. Don't sink.
I think we're gonna have to go around.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
118. That's
Don't
Approaching runway 2.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
Airbus 06
sink.
are going around runway 08.
Don't sink.
Airbus 06, Toronto Tower,
Don't
wind 160 degrees, 5 knots. Runway 23 cleared to land.
Clear to land runway 23, Airbus 06. Airbus 06 going around.
Airbus 06, roger. Fly runway centerline, maintain 3,000 feet.
Fly runway center line, maintain 3,000 feet. Airbus 06.
Airbus 06, contact Toronto, arrival 132.8.
Contact Toronto arrival 132.8, Airbus 06. Airbus 06 at flight level 3,000 feet just went on a go around.
Airbus 06, welcome back. Continue.
Yeah guys, I'm sorry about that. I'm still flying the aircraft by hand. I couldn't get the frequency done in time there for the radio frequency. Sorry about that guys. My approach wasn't working.
Airbus 06, welcome back. Continue.
Continue Airbus 06. Sorry. Okay, just give me 1 second guys. Let's Okay, I think that was one of my worst approaches I've ever done, honestly. It does show it is a little bit more difficult tuning the frequencies yourself than doing automatic.
Contact Toronto Tower 118.35, good day. Contact Tower 118.35, WestJet 646.
Just go ahead and alert the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. I'm very, very sorry for that missed approach there. We couldn't tune the frequency in time, and we literally just got our landing clearance when we were literally like below 500 feet.
Turn left, heading 145.
So we're very, very sorry for that. We're going to go ahead and turn back to the airport now. Once again, we're very, very sorry. That was a pilot error for us. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and now back at the airport. Very sorry for the missed approach and the delay. Turn left, heading 145, Airbus 06. This is why you always have a co-pilot in the real world, because you see how much difficult it is for one person to handle every single button. So we're going to go ahead and just head back to the airport. Maintain 3000. Just go ahead and decrease the speed.
Airbus 06, turn left, heading 120.
Turn left, heading 120, Airbus 06. We will do a better approach as we've literally got the radio ready. So yeah. 118 decimal 35 is the frequency, so we just easily got to switch around to that when we need to.
Airbus 06, turn left, heading 055. Expect further clearance in about 24 miles.
Sorry, just do this quickly. Sorry, and done. Right. Turn left, heading 055. Expect further clearance in around 24 miles, Airbus 06. Let's go ahead and turn that off. That's why you always got to practice. It's my first time landing at this airport, and it's my first time using the RMP, so this is why I've got to get used to it. I got used to using everything else, but this is my first time actually tuning the frequencies myself, so I wanted to try it first.
Air Canada 184, contact Toronto Tower 118.35.
Let's get an increase
Over
in
to
speed
Tower
now.
118.35, Air Canada 184, bye-bye.
Well, that was actually an okay approach as well, as in like that we were okay, there was no planes ahead of us. Now we're gonna have to, oh, that's annoying. Oh well, could have landed already. But anyway, it happens. It's very windy today, I must say. See all this shaking around in the cockpit. Anyway, got to go ahead and 808. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's so annoying. Anyway, got plane landing here. Let's see. Anyway, it happens. It doesn't. It's not always a go around because of like weather or another plane's on the runway. It is sometimes because there is a pilot error, so it's okay. Oh, that's annoying. We're running a bit low on fuel actually, but we got enough to do like 2 to 3 go arounds. So we just gotta wait.
Airbus 06, turn left, heading 040.
Turn left, heading 040, Airbus 06. Let's go ahead and decrease our speed now, as we are. They're gonna probably put us on our final approach now. And if you're going too fast, it can make you go a bit, make you a bit sick.
Air Canada 1122, passing 9,800 feet, descending to 6,000 feet with information Gulf. Air Canada 1122, Toronto arrival, altimeter 3003, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23. Altimeter 3003, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23, Air Canada 1122.
Flaps to 3. And plus it was a very windy approach, to be fair.
Airbus 06, turn left, heading 320.
Turn left, heading 320, Airbus 06.
Airbus 06, turn left, heading 270, intercept the 2-tree localizer.
Turn left, heading 270, intercept the 2-3 localizer. Airbus 06.
Airbus 06, 8 miles from Calvi, turn left, heading 265, maintain 3,000 feet until established, cleared ILS approach runway 2-tree.
Turn left, heading 265, descend and maintain 3,000, cleared for approach ILS runway 23. Okay, let's try this again, shall we? go ahead and pop our landing gear down in a minute. Got to make our final turn though first. Maybe I was supposed to. Maybe that's something I did wrong. You're supposed to load the frequency first, and then you can simply just tap the buttons when you're ready. Yeah, I should have done that. Anyway, it's okay. I know it for next time. Okay, we're getting low on fuel. Just got a notification. We're going to go ahead and turn that on. Let's go ahead and pop our landing gear down now. .175 knots.
Air Canada 1122, leave the bit heading 135, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23. Leave the bit heading 135, expect radar vectors for ILS approach, runway 23, Air Canada 1122. Air Canada 1122, turn right, heading 1905, intercept the 2-tree localizer vectors for the approach. Turn right, heading 1905, intercept the 2-tree localizer, Air Canada 1122.
Airbus 06, establishing final approach course.
Airbus 06, contact Toronto Tower 118.35.
Contact Toronto Tower 118.35, Airbus 06. Airbus 06, established on the final approach course.
Airbus 06, Toronto Tower, wind 160 degrees, 5 knots, runway 23 cleared to land.
Cleared for landing, runway 23, Airbus 06. Let's go ahead and put our speed down to 155. Okay, we're all good now. However, we are running a bit low on fuel, I must say, so we got to land ASAP. Weren't expecting to be doing that go around as we were, but anyway, it happens.
Approaching
we're all good.
runway 24 right. Caution, caution. Approaching runway 23. Caution, caution. Approaching runway 24 right. Caution, caution. Approaching runway 23. Caution, caution.
500.
Okay, my aircraft.
400. 100 above. 300. Minimum.
Continue.
200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Airbus 06, exit left at Hotel 4.
Exit left at Hotel 4, Airbus 06. It's weird how he didn't tell me to exit right, but it is what it is. Let's go. Clear the runway. I think we were supposed to go on the other. Is this Hotel 4? That's Hotel 6, yeah, we were supposed to exit the other one, but we missed it, so I don't know why he gave that to us anyway. It's okay. Probably just going to make another plane angry because we might have to make them go around, but hopefully manage to exit okay. Use literally all the runway.
Airbus 06, contact ground 121.9, good day.
Just turn and then I'll contact them.
Airbus 06, contact ground 121.9, good day.
Contact ground on 121.9, Airbus 06.
Toronto Tower, Air Canada 1122, ILS approach runway 23.
Airbus 06 requesting taxi to assigned gate.
Airbus 06, taxi to stand 135 Alpha via Hotel, Golf, Echo, Sierra, Alpha Juliet, cross runway 15 right, cross runway 15 left.
Okay, nice taxi as well. Taxi to gate 135 Alpha via Hotel, cross runway 15 right via Golf, via Echo, via Sierra, cross runway 15 left via Alpha Juliet, Airbus 06. Okay. Just go ahead.
Rouge 1965, request taxi.
Turn that off.
Rouge 1965, taxi to holding point Hotel, runway 23 via Alpha Juliet, Alpha Hotel.
Taxi to holding point Hotel, runway 23 via Alpha Juliet, Alpha Hotel, Rouge 1965.
Okay. Just go ahead. Head to the gate. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is your captain speaking. Very sorry for that slight delayed approach there. Again, we're very sorry, that was our fault, that was a pilot error. We didn't have the right frequency tuned in to the audio, to the radio panel, or the RMP as we call it up here in flight deck. Once again, we apologise for the delay. We're going to do a quick as possible taxi. Currently around 20 minutes behind schedule, but we're very sorry, and we'll do our best to make up for it on this long taxi, as we do have a little bit of a longish taxi here. Thank you, and from the flight deck, thank you for choosing Air Canada. I'll give you some more information when we reach the gate. Thank you.
Air Canada 1122, taxi to stand 163 Alpha via Hotel 4, Hotel, Golf, Echo Sierra, Alpha Juliet, cross runway 15 right, cross runway 15 left.
Taxi to stand 163 Alpha via Hotel 4, Hotel, Golf, Echo Sierra, Alpha Juliet, cross runway 15 right, cross runway 15 left, Air Canada 1122.
okay. We just had to hold. It's weird how ATC didn't tell us to hold, but obviously we were supposed to come off that taxiway. They didn't expect us to take up all of that runway, so really we were supposed to be ahead of them, but it's okay. They're probably going to be going to a similar gate as us because they're at Air Canada as well.
Rouge 1965, contact Toronto Tower 118.35.
Contact Tower 118.35, Rouge 1965.
Jeez, we're really low on fuel. Had to even turn on our manual pumps there just to pump some more extra fuels into the fuel tanks by the engines. That's something that doesn't happen very often. This is a non-active runway, so we're clear just to cross it right away. Plus we turned off engine 2 to save that fuel there. And again, not my best landing. So probably tomorrow, the day after, I'll do a shorter flight in the A320.
Approaching
I've done a lot of long
runway
flights at the minute.
15, right.
Golfs, yep, we are going the same way as them. We're literally going the same way as them. Okay, continuing going the same way as them. Gonna have to cross another runway here. Sierra, yeah, this is it. This is exactly where we need to cross.
Approaching runway 33, right.
Obviously at certain airports they've got like 5-6 runways, and usually they've only got 2 to 3, one for landing and one for departure, and then another one for departure or one for landing if it's really busy. But like today it's not too busy. Sierra. So we're on Sierra. This is when it gets complicated. Like we could be parking right next to these guys, so we're going on the same taxiway and everything as them.
Air Canada 2 Heavy, taxi to stand 175 via Hotel 6, Hotel, Golf, Echo, Tango, Alpha Lima, cross runway 15 right, cross runway 15 left.
Taxi to stand 175 via Hotel 6, Hotel, Golf, Echo, Tango, Alpha Lima, cross runway 15 right, cross runway 15 left, Air Canada 2 Heavy.
Okay. I believe we are. We're literally right next to him. Look at that.
Jazz 431, PEMP 107 Alpha, request pushback.
Jazz 431, Toronto ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face north.
Pushback approved, face north, Jazz 431.
I was an Airbus A321 as well. Got to go a little bit more. Expecting us to roll a little bit more. Okay. There we go, we made it. We made it. One off. flight will probably be in QNH in the other one, so I'll go ahead and change that. Okay, and let's turn off our fuel pumps. Okay, that, guys, is pretty much it. On behalf of the entire crew and the G-Gamer 101, thank you. Just go ahead and get a jetway. Thank you for flying with us, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Gonna go ahead and just stop all of this because I need to hop off now. This is all gonna turn off now. 1 and 2. On behalf of the entire crew and the G-Gamer 101, thank you for watching, guys. I know I was going to give like an announcement, but it's okay. That's all off. Good. We're all off. Thank you, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. Next stream will most likely be on Saturday, as Thursday and Friday for me tomorrow are busy. And guys, once again, please do let me know, and please do look out on Instagram for any short clips that will be coming out. Obviously, this probably wasn't the best flight I have done, but, you know, we're always there to improve, right? Anyway, thank you for watching aboard this Air Canada flight, and, yeah, thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.